Sheriff, you all may be seated. Members of the jury, it is my understanding that you all have reached a verdict, and that verdict form was signed by the presiding jury. Is that right?
Yes.
You handed that to the bailiff, and I have that now, and I'll read it. Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Duke, and Mr. Lopez, if you would please rise for the reading of the verdict. Verdict form reads as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Darrin Lopez, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. Members of the jury, if that is your individual verdict, would you please signify so by raising your right hand? Thank you all very much. You can put your hands down. Let the record reflect that all 12 members of the jury did in fact raise their right hands. You all may be seated. Is the state ready for punishment?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Very good. You may proceed and call your first witness.
State calls Jason Snyder.
Sir, you can take the witness stand. Miss Mitchell, there's a water bottle up there. Would you mind getting that out? And sir, I'll remind you, you're still on the oath I gave to you previously.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Welcome back, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you.
All right, and you're the same Jason Snyder that testified in the guilt innocence portion, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to go over a few more things with you. Can you tell me how old Jamie was when he died?
He was 49 years old.
49. Okay.
Yeah.
And were there plans? They were starting to plan for his 50th birthday.
Yeah, there were plans to have his 50th birthday in the Dominican Republic. Yes.
Okay, and you were going to go with them?
Correct. I was actually supposed to be helping out with the arrangements.
Did you know Jamie's mom and dad?
I did.
Their names?
Rita is his mother, and Jim or James Faith Sr. Is his father, who has passed away.
Okay. And does he have siblings?
He's got a sister named Lori.
Is she still here?
She is. Yeah, she's in. I believe she lives in California.
Okay. And you, when did Jamie's dad die?
I believe it was April of 22.
Had you met them before personally?
I had, yes.
Where did you meet them?
I've met them at family gatherings, parties, and they used to always come down to Phoenix when I owned the dance studio in Watch Amber. At the end of the year, we'd have a end of the year recital.
Okay, so you've met them several times.
Correct.
All right. And then, but now the dad has died, and it's just his mom.
Yes.
Left. Okay, and his sister.
Yeah.
Okay. Does his sister have children?
She's got two children. Well, young adults.
Okay, so he has a niece and a nephew?
Correct.
You've been in contact with his sister and his mom, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you've kind of been the representative of the family, would you say?
I would say somewhat, yes, for sure.
I mean, you've been, and can you explain to the jury why? I mean, are they just, mom and the sister just sort of devastated by this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very tough for them, as you can imagine.
It was almost easier for them not to be here physically, is that correct?
Yes.
How old is the mother?
I'm not sure how old the mother is. His sister is 4 years older than Jamie.
So she's in her 50s?
Correct.
Okay. What about, do you also know a Jeremy Gebler?
I do.
Okay, and you know him from Phoenix?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and you actually know who, you met him?
Yeah,
Hung
been
out
at
with him.
been at gatherings with him, parties. His son and my son are about the same age. His son's just a little bit younger, but involved in baseball. So yeah, we know each other fairly well.
Okay, and Jeremy also, did you speak to him after the murder?
Yeah, not immediately after murder. Yeah, but we've been in contact since, and same thing with Jeremy. It really it has been very tough for him.
In fact, he was traumatized after finding out how his name was being thrown about.
Yeah, especially that.
And
Yeah.
the flu, obviously.
At all.
So it's been tough for Jamie's family, and you've become sort of the spokesperson.
Yeah.
Oh, in a way.
In a way.
Okay. Where did you meet Lori, the sister?
I met her. So we had flown. My wife at the time had flown down to Dallas the day after Jamie was murdered, and Jamie's sister, his mother and father were down there probably around the same day that I got there.
Okay, so So they came down immediately after his murder as well?
Correct.
Okay. And is that the first time you had met Lori?
First time I had met Lori.
Okay. Did you see her again afterwards?
Yeah, I saw her at the memorial in Phoenix at the American Airlines facility.
Okay, so American Airlines did a memorial for him out in Phoenix?
Yes.
And at their AA?
Yeah, it might have been like a training center or something. It was a big room that they had. You know, it could fit a lot of people in there, and that's where it was.
Was some of his work people there?
Yeah, several of his work. A lot of his work people were there. A lot of Jennifer's old coworkers, friends, family. A lot of people there.
Ed Weber, was he there?
Ed was there.
And who was Ed to Jamie?
Ed was Jamie's boss at the time of his death.
Okay, and Ed was supposed to be here for this, but he's just had surgery. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just coming out of surgery.
Yep.
He was Jamie's direct boss.
Yes.
Okay. And Jamie had a lot of coworkers. Tons of coworkers at American Airlines. Correct?
That's correct.
Had a really good relationship with them.
Oh yeah. I think they all loved him.
Okay. And about how many employees did he supervise?
If I remember correctly, I believe it was about 50 or so in Phoenix, and I believe when he got his promotion, and the main reason why he moved to Dallas was I think he oversaw about 300 employees out here in Dallas.
Okay. Okay. And what did Jamie like? I mean, you saw that Easter video that played during Guilt Innocence, correct?
Correct.
You were in here?
Yes.
Okay. And in that video, you see James in it, and Jennifer has the camera,
Mm-hmm.
and there's James. And there's a bunch of kids in there. Right. Do you recall
Yes,
that? Okay.
I do.
Do you have any idea who those kids are?
I believe some, if not all of them, were like neighbor kids. I think Jamie's neighbor in Dallas would foster kids, and I think that a lot of those kids were, from next door or, within the neighborhood for sure.
Okay. And that was common for Jennifer and Jamie to host the neighborhood kids, right?
Yeah, they've always had an open door to, be giving and just, have gatherings. Yeah, they've always kind of been like that.
And you guys would all get together a lot, especially when y'all were all in Phoenix. Is that correct?
Yeah, we get together for holidays, special occasions, birthdays, Halloween. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Very good. May this witness be finally excused.
No objection.
No objection.
Sir, you may stand down. You're excused from any further service.
I'm gonna have to double check, Your Honor, if that's okay.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. All right, members of the jury, I understand that lunch is quickly on the way. So we are going to break for lunch. Now that you all have rendered a verdict, we're going to go back into trial mode, so to speak. You're not allowed to discuss this case or evidence that you might have heard. From this point forward, please don't do any independent research on this case. Don't do anything that might jeopardize the sterile environment that you all have worked so hard to keep and maintain throughout this process. Enjoy your food. We'll be back in the jury room at 12:45. All rise for the jurors. Court's in recess. Before you have a seat, could you please turn, face me, and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes.
Please have a seat. You respond to the questions from Ms. Mitchell, perhaps also Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
May I first bench, Your Honor? Kelly, I'm sorry, Kelly. You're Kelly. Melanie. Sorry about that. I was going to say something to you, Kelly. Melanie, can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name? Well, spell your whole name.
Okay, it's Melanie, Melony. Last name Blackburn, Blackburn.
And Ms. Blackburn, up on the screen, that's James Faith Jr., is that correct?
That is.
Okay, and how did you know him?
First, he was my boss. He was my director. Before COVID, we had some reorgs, and then he moved to a different group, but still kept in contact with me. Second, he was a mentor and a friend.
All right. How long did you know Ms. James?
And since the time of our merger, when they moved to Dallas, that's when he became my director, and our group moved under him.
But even after you were not, he was not your direct supervisor, y'all still kept in touch?
Right, we did keep in touch. I actually talked to him the Thursday, the week prior, before he was murdered.
Okay, and what were you guys talking about?
He called just to check in on me. We were all locked down at American, and he knew that was probably driving me crazy. So checked in on me, made sure that my husband and I were doing okay. My husband also works for American. Making sure we're okay, making sure that I was taking care of myself, along with all the work that we were doing to try to prepare for that new world that we were living in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And particularly, it's the airlines particularly hard too.
Right. And the group I was in, we had a lot of changes we had to make to accommodate passengers flying. So he knew that I was working more than I was supposed to be, probably. So.
Was that a common trait of his to check on people?
It was, yes. He would reach out, check on us. Anytime he'd see an email come through at 1 o'clock in the morning, or know that we're on vacation, or even just to say, hey, did your daughter do this? Like things that we would talk about. There were a lot of times before we moved to our new office buildings that it would be him, another one of my coworkers, and me were generally the last three in our area that were still there. So there were a lot of times we'd talk about the latest technology, what's happening in my daughter's lives and Amber's life. A lot of times he'd get a text, she just landed, I got to go. So it was always, we had that business connection, but we also had that personal connection.
And speaking of that, would he invite coworkers or people he managed over to his house?
He would. There's several times he had meetings at his house that everyone would go. I went over one time for a dinner meeting.
How would you describe him as a manager?
As a manager, he was very fair. He would fight for his employees. He would always have your back and left you to be the one making the decisions. He might kind of guide you to tell you this is the way it's going, or.
And he was pretty high up, would you say? Like, what was his title?
He was a director of customer technology.
Right. And he had a lot of employees under him, correct?
He did, probably around 300 at one time. Mm-hmm.
And did you feel like you still had, or his employees still had a connection with him, even though there was 300 of them?
They did. There were a group of us that, like I said, he'd always just check on us and make sure we're okay.
You were talking about to me earlier about charities. Can you explain what?
Yeah, we were very passionate when US Air and American merged, passionate about making that connection so it's not an us versus them with the IT community. So we would do charity events, we'd do quarterly events, try to bring that psychological safety to everyone, and to make us one. The biggest event that we had was the last in-person event in 2019, which was our holiday party. We would always have Toys for Tots, and then generally like Animal Angel Tree or some other organization as well. Things that we were all passionate about, kids and animals. So we would have raffle tickets. Everyone coming would have the chance to have raffle tickets. We would wear that one in particular. Jamie always at Christmas wore a Christmas jacket, and then from A Christmas Story, yes. I cannot remember that. From A Christmas Story, and then I had a little holiday dress on, and so he was the MC, and we were going around and we were getting people to buy the raffle tickets. That year we had 4 huge Toys for Tots boxes overflowing, and we also did a coat drive for Addison High School because we are very connected with Addison High School, and do a mentor program there.
He was a cheerleader.
He was.
He supported his team.
Oh yeah, he supported everyone, and that year we had the biggest donations that we ever had, and it was nice being able to deliver that check to Toys for Tots for those.
Would you consider him kind of goofy?
Oh yes, he was very goofy. He didn't like a silent room, so if we were in a meeting and there was a lull, he would always have something funny or witty to say. He'd pop up in meetings once we started with the Teams meetings, pop up and he'd have like a disguise on, or something funny to make you laugh.
You also talked about after his death, like how the American Airlines, how you guys all came together. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yeah, immediately after we learned of his death, which was right that same morning, we jumped into how can we help Amber and Jennifer? How can we help their family? We knew mom and dad would be in, we knew sister would be in. So we arranged a meal train and collected money. Well, we didn't arrange the meal train. We collected the money to donate to the meal train. So we were able to donate a week's worth of meals for the family, along with donating to the GoFundMe and other things.
I think you also said there's just like sort of a chat too. And
We do.
Hundreds of employees were.
We created a Teams channel chat, and it's pages and pages of just memories from people who have moved on from our group, just saying nothing but wonderful things about him and his mentorship.
I know several of you and your coworkers have reached out to me to say how
We did.
they wanted to speak on him.
Yes.
Did he have any, just really quick, anything particular hobbies or any particular memory that you have of him that stands out?
He loved the Green Bay Packers. Even had, like I said, he had the Christmas Story jacket. He had a Green Bay Packers jacket he wore with his jersey. He loved to cook. He loved sharing his knowledge on the latest technologies with you. He really loved life and loved to travel, and he loved Amber.
Thank you so much, Ms. Blackburn. I appreciate you being here. I'll
you.
pass the witness.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
And you may be finally excused. Please be careful of any of the wires. Call your next witness, please.
At this time, you're on to the state rests.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Mr. Sanchez, what says the defense?
Oh, Bill Howe?
Sir, if you would please come to the front of the courtroom. And before you have a seat on the witness stand, could you please face me and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. We're responding to questions first from Mr. Sanchez and perhaps also Ms. Mitchell directly in front of you. You may proceed whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Philip Stephen Heil. That's PHILIP STEVEN HEIL.
And Phil, where are you from? Can I call you Phil?
You may.
Okay. Where are you from, Phil?
I grew up in Lubbock, graduated high school in Galveston, Texas.
And how do you know Darrin Lopez?
I first met Darrin in 2002 in the Special Forces qualification course.
And did you serve with him?
Yes.
So you met him in 2002 in the qualification course. Were you training at the same time? Were you ahead of him? How did that work?
So he was actually a little bit ahead in the medical course. Without getting into it, is a little bit longer than the weapons sergeant course. I was weapons sergeant. We were training on the range. Darrin was providing medical coverage for the range while we were doing our weapons training. So we did that training. After that, we kind of stayed in contact a little bit, but very busy in the qualification course on doing different jobs. So I didn't run into Darrin again until I got to 5th Special Forces Group, deployed to Kuwait, was assigned a team. I walked into the tent where my new team was and saw Darrin. And I was like, oh, hey, what's going on? I hadn't talked to him in a while through the training. So
From that point on, did you serve with him in combat?
yes, we were on the same Operational Detachment Alpha, which is a small 12-man team. Not always 12, but that's where you're supposed to round out. We served together for probably just over 3 years through our first 3 combat deployments in Iraq.
And that was with the Special Forces?
Yes, as Green Berets, members of an Operational Detachment Alpha, our team number was 575 in 5th Special Forces Group.
And what kind of things did you have to do in the Special Forces when you were serving with Darrin?
On deployments or
Yes,
just
deployments.
overall?
Overall.
Wow, there's a lot. I will keep it extremely brief. There's a lot of things that a Special Forces team can do. Mainly in the first deployment, we were tasked with finding I don't know if everybody's still familiar with the Deck of 55, the top 55 members of the former regime. Well, then there was lists below that. So we had these lists and we were tasked with sort of finding these individuals, apprehending these individuals, and bringing them in so that they could be questioned with regard to the whole weapons of mass destruction thing, or any information that the government could get to help build a new government or guide them. So,
Was this part of the search for Saddam Hussein?
I mean, everybody was looking for him. Everybody. Nobody really had to be tasked. I know there were certain units that were specifically tasked with that hunt, but everybody was looking for information on him. So,
Was this dangerous work?
yes.
Did people get injured?
Yes, fortunately for us on that deployment, no one in our team was injured, but there were enemy combatants that we engaged at several times and were engaged. So yes, it was dangerous, and we had to engage people and close with, kill the enemy.
And you are familiar with Darrin's decorated past as a soldier, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty familiar.
You've actually looked at his military records.
Yes.
In order to be able to explain to the jury, to the jury, the awards he received as a Special Forces soldier.
Right, just to kind of refresh the memory a little bit, because it doesn't quite work as well as it used to, but just to get some of the dates and things together. But yeah.
Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit number 8. Does it look familiar to you?
Yes,
You had an opportunity to look at them before you testified, correct?
correct.
The tabs that have been put on there are in colors. The red ones, I believe, are awards you received, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, and also you've brought a demonstrative aid that can help you explain to the jury the medals that he's received, correct?
Yes. Actually, we were able to get one of Darrin's old uniforms that was kind of together as it was, as he kind of left it years ago, in probably 2013-ish when he was retiring. So we have that with some awards on it.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to enter into evidence Defendant's Exhibit Number 8, the certified public record of Darrin Lopez's military service.
Any objection?
No objection.
Defense aid submitted for all purposes. You may publish.
I'll put him right here for now. Well, I'll put him up here. If I may get his uniform, Your Honor, as a demonstrative aid.
Any objection from the state for this being displayed to the jury as demonstrative?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Maybe we can put it in the chair. Can everybody see it in the chair? Yeah. We'll hold it up. Now, this is his actual uniform.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who had saved this? Did Darrin's have it in his possession? Where'd you get it from? Do you remember?
So I believe it was recovered by some friends out of his house.
Okay. Can you briefly describe for the jury what the medals are on that uniform, if you can?
Yeah, briefly. Basically, there are a number of awards you can get for different things. I guess some of the main ones would be the Bronze Star for service, and there's 2 awards. You see a little appurtenance there denoting another award. His Purple Heart that he got in the dual VBID, or Vehicle Improvised Explosive Device Explosion. Then you see a Meritorious Service Medal, and I say medals, these are just the ribbons that represent the medals, because we don't always wear the medals.
Let me just stop you there. So for example, this is the Purple Heart medal that he received when he was blown up in the explosion, correct?
Correct.
So the bar that's on the uniform actually comes with inserted here in the medal itself, right?
Correct. And there are certain uniforms you can wear your full medals on, but not this particular one.
So usually, or a lot of times, you don't wear the actual medal when you walk around. You just wear the bar showing that you did receive the Purple Heart.
Correct.
And if you can describe briefly, I'm sure we'll have another witness talk about it, but briefly, that Purple Heart was for his injuries for what occasion?
So that was in 2005, in September. We were preparing for a mission that night. 2 of our vehicles we had to work on, and we wanted to take them out just right outside. We were stationed on an Army base. We had our own little section in back, but we had to take the vehicles out, make sure they were running good, before we went out on a mission that night. So Darrin, Nate, another medic of ours, Greg Underwood, and John Terrell were the 4 guys that just took the vehicles out of the front gate, went out for a little bit, maybe 600, 700 meters down the road, and they were going to turn around and come back. When they got out there, there were 2 dump trucks that were stopped on the side of the road. There were some Iraqi police there, a lot of people screaming, coming up to the trucks and the guys saying, "Hey, these trucks are stolen. You need to, can you help out? Can you do something?" So our guys were there and decided to help investigate this. So they started moving in. At that point, like I said, we were still back on the base. So things go on. We hear a very loud explosion. It rattled the base, rattled our tents. We go outside, look, you can see the smoke plume rising in the sky. We know it's the general direction that our guys were, the route they were driving, just a little out and back. So we start trying to raise them on the radio, and we can't get anyone. So we immediately start to put our gear on, get our other trucks, get in there, and we are going to go out and make sure our guys are okay. About the time, there was a lot of other things happening. It was very chaotic. About the time we started to go out, our 2 trucks, pretty beat up and broken, come in. Darrin is coherent, but I mean, I guess it's cliche, but you can say the training had kicked in. He gets out, he's like, "We need to get Greg out of here." Greg was conscious, but very badly injured. We'd already called for a medevac. We're pulling him out. Greg goes on a medevac. John Terrell goes on a medevac bird. gets out. We knew there were concussive injuries just from the way that Nate and Darrin were acting, but we were on that Army base and they had some medical personnel there, so we kind of held off sending them. We sent the most apparent and more wounded in Greg and John out.
And this here is the part of his records where it actually shows that he really did get a Purple Heart, right?
Yes.
You yourself were able to provide us with some pictures of the aftermath of that explosion. Was it you that provided those pictures?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. These are going to be a little bit out of order, so I'm going to call them out. Defendant's exhibit number 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 26, and 27. Oh, I'm sorry, and 28. Are these the pictures that you provided us from that day that you're talking about, the explosion?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And is everything depicted accurately in these pictures?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection from the state to admission to meetings of the evidence?
No objection.
Those exhibits are admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. Now, this wasn't just some little explosion, was it?
No, sir.
These were two big trucks. And what were they filled with?
So the EOD report after the next day, you had two big dump trucks, each filled with 4 55-gallon drums of ammonium nitrate explosive covered in gravel.
What does this picture show here?
That is one of the vehicles that was close to the dump trucks when they exploded, and it has actually been blown across. You can see in the front there's the canal area here in the front, and then the car in the back. It was actually blown 40 meters or so, probably across that canal to land on the other bank.
What do we see here in this picture?
It looks like one of the possible axles to either the dump truck or trailer. I mean, there were several vehicles out there, and it was just a mess in the blast area. And as I said before, there were some Iraqi police already kind of on site, and that is one of their police vehicles.
Were some of those police officers killed?
So our 4 guys were the only 4 people that left that blast site alive.
Do you estimate how many people died in the blast?
Again, with EOD, and that they figure there were probably about 19 people in the vicinity of the blast.
Same police car?
Yes, sir.
Same car, just different view?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sanchez, could you call out the
Oh, I'm
exhibit
sorry.
numbers?
The last one I showed was defendant's exhibit number 17, and this is defendant's exhibit number 18.
Thank you.
Defense exhibit number 21. What do we see there?
That looks like some of what was left of one of the dump trucks.
So this was a full dump truck
Yes.
before the blast.
Yes, before the blast.
So after that happened, you said that Darrin was able to get Greg out safely?
Yes, well, he actually had to resuscitate Greg. Greg was non-responsive after the blast when Darrin came to, so Darrin had to restart breathing, restart heart, get him in the truck, and then the 4 of them were able to get back. John had a lot of shrapnel wounds, but was still able to move, whereas Greg was not. So Darrin had to resuscitate him.
So you also pointed out earlier the gold star that he received. Do you know what that was for?
Which one? Oh, the Bronze Star?
I'm sorry, the Bronze Star.
The Bronze Star, right. The Bronze Star, and then with the second award, those were given for exemplary service during a couple of deployments. I think one was the first deployment, and then one was on the third deployment. So they're typically given for exemplary service for a particular period of time.
So on the records here, where there's a yellow tab, that's for the evidence from the military that he did in fact receive a Bronze Star medal, correct?
Correct.
And all the red tabs that are on there are for different types of awards that he received throughout his service. Is that
Yes,
okay?
that's correct.
The beret that's attached to the uniform, is that something you all wear all the time in your service? Or?
Contrary to popular belief in movies, those are only worn when we are in garrison service. So when we're back here in the States, in our uniforms around, that is the green beret that's worn there. Typically, we don't wear them on deployment when we're out doing whatever it is we're doing. Those are typically reserved for garrison duties, but that is the headgear and that is the symbol for the 5th Special Forces Group on the flash, the black and multicolored.
Before testifying today, did you somehow do the math of the magnitude of that explosion?
Yes.
And what was it?
It came out to roughly 4,866 pounds of ammonium nitrate explosive.
And if you compare that to the Oklahoma City bombing, how did it compare?
Almost exactly the same amount.
Now, let me show. Let me show some other photos that you provided. Defense exhibit number 23, 25, 28, and 24. Did you also provide these pictures?
Yes. I think all but maybe that one.
Any objection to these pictures? I move to admit 23, 25, 28, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection.
They're admitted to make public.
Defense exhibit number 23, is that Darrin in that picture?
That is.
And who are the individuals that are around him?
Those are some local national Iraqi children. And then remember exactly who the other individual is, but they're local nationals. And I think, if I remember correctly, that's probably around Yarmouk Hospital in Baghdad. So it's a local national hospital in Baghdad.
Okay. And Darrin was a medic at this time, right?
Correct.
And did he have a lot of interaction with the children when you were in Iraq?
And not just children, but the hospitals in general. One of the things that we do as a team is to provide medical services if needed, or help local indigenous populations out with anything we can. And most of the time, a good way to do it is medical, because our medics are very highly trained. So he was very involved with Yarmouk Hospital, and then several other areas. Anytime we would see a local national, or if somebody needed treated and we were there, then he would provide assistance.
Defense exhibit number 28, that's him treating one of your comrades?
That is Darrin treating a Kurdish Peshmerga fighter that were assigned to us to help with security during our trip in OAF2. And I believe that one, he had caught some shrapnel and Darrin was doing a little minor surgery to get the shrapnel out and get him sewn up. So he was, I guess, what we would call a partner force, Kurdish Iraqi.
And again, this is him again, working as a medic. Now, this picture here, defendant's exhibit number 25. Is there anything important about this picture, or something you remember about it, about the little girl?
And so this is the third trip. I think on that one we were working, we did a mission where we were working with some civil affairs people, Army, military, civil affairs. And in that particular operation, we'd come across this gentleman and his daughter. And I do not remember exactly what medical condition his daughter had, but I remember him, her father, being very upset and trying to find some treatment and trying to find somebody that could treat them and help them. And Darrin kind of took it upon himself to help this man and his family and try and find something, get them in contact with someone, or find some way to get treatment for his daughter.
And he was able to do that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You had mentioned to me also that Darrin had received something, a good conduct medal or something to that effect?
Right, so
If you could tell the jury about that.
Right, so the Army Good Conduct Medal is awarded every 3 years of good service, I guess you'd say. So no, you're not getting in any trouble, no violations against the Uniform Code of Military Justice, basically keeping your nose clean. Every 3 years you receive an Army Good Conduct Medal. And that's this one right here on the end. I know it's hard to see. And then you get little clasps that you put on there for each successive award. That particular silver clasp with the knot denotes Darrin's 6th award for the Army Good Conduct Medal.
That's 18 years.
18 years, yeah.
I passed the witness.
Just a few questions. Mr. Heil, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Darrin Lopez was discharged in 2013?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Okay. The beginning, do you remember when?
I don't exactly remember when. We were, I think my team was in Afghanistan at the time, so.
Okay. And just to be clear, I mean, there's thousands of service people who have gone through explosions before.
You're correct.
And thousands of service people who have also been discharged disabled as well, correct?
You're correct.
Nothing further?
I'm not.
And he'd be finally excused.
No objection.
No objection.
Very good, sir. You may stand down. You're excused from any further service. Mr. Sanchez, before we call your next witness, or perhaps while they're coming up, you want to make sure that some of the exhibits are taken care of?
I believe I've handed back the pictures to the court. We call it Greg Underwood, this thing.
Good afternoon. If you would please come to the front of the courtroom. Before you have a seat, you turn and face me and raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. We respond to questions from Mr. Sanchez first, and perhaps also Ms. Mitchell. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Greg Underwood, Gregundwood.
And where are you from, Greg?
I'm currently from just outside of Fort Campbell in Palmyra, Tennessee. I'm originally from St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay. And you came here to testify for Darrin because you wanted the jury to know good things about him, correct?
Yes, yes I do.
You understand that after everybody's testifying that they're going to go back in the deliberation room and decide what the just and proper sentence should be on this case. You understand that, right?
Yes I do.
But you wanted to talk to the jury and talk to them about some experiences you've had with him, right?
Yes,
Now, you served with Darrin in Special Forces, right?
Correct.
Okay. How long did you all serve together?
I met Darrin Lopez December of 2002, just before Christmas. He had just been assigned to ODA 575, and we were getting prepared to go to Iraq. We didn't know if we were going to invade. We didn't know what was going on, but he had been assigned as a medic to the team. I was the senior communications sergeant on the team at the time, and we were just coming back from schools and a lot of getting prepared right after Afghanistan. We'd been in Afghanistan up until April of that year, came back and got prepared, and we were refitting and outfitting to get ready to go in January to Iraq, or we were going to pre-position in Kuwait.
And you were in the car with him, or truck, when that explosion that we just saw the pictures of happened, correct?
We had two different vehicles. He was in the forward vehicle, and I was in the second vehicle. The vehicles had a driver and a gunner on them at the time. There's usually 3 or more people in the truck. We had damage to one of the vehicles and repaired it, and we needed to get it fixed. We needed to see if we could get the vehicles up to speed just on the road a little bit, so we took them outside the front gate of the forward operating base we were on, and Darrin was in one of the lead vehicles.
And so you were behind him?
I was in the secondary vehicle, yes.
And is that when you were approaching those dump trucks?
On the way out of the gate, we were told by the front gate guards that, hey, just down the road, the local police have something going on. They've got a couple trucks that something's going on. I couldn't hear it very well because I was up in the turret of the second vehicle. Darrin, being a senior NCO, and the other gentleman, John Terrell, they made the decision.
What does NCO mean? I know we use
Non-commissioned officer, sergeant. He was a senior sergeant. He made the decision that, they made the decision that we were going to go down there and take a look at it. And we drove down the road. We saw numerous police cars, and we saw 2 large dump trucks. I say 5-ton dump trucks because that's just easier to say 5-ton. I don't know exactly the size of the dump trucks, but they were the size of the dump trucks you see going down the road here for construction daily. The 2 rear axles and the big dirt bucket on the back, I guess, the gravel bucket, whatever you want to call it.
And so what happened?
We were there for just a couple moments. We had noticed that the drivers of the vehicles that the police were talking to were in their, what we would call Sunday best, but over there they're Friday best. And that automatically gave us the something's not right. I don't recall which one of us yelled, hey, we need to get out of here. But one of us yelled, hey, it's time to get out of here. Something's not right. Darrin and John were at the front vehicle, and about that time, there was a dump truck that was within just a couple of meters of them exploded. I was probably 50 to maybe 70 feet back, maybe a little bit less, but somewhere in there. But I could see the plume of everything going up. I immediately ducked down. I felt debris and everything coming down on me. The next thing, I stood up, I spun my gun around because it was time to pull out. My driver, Nate Coker, was in the truck or getting to the truck, and that's the last thing I can remember. And that's the last thing I truly have focus on for almost a month. But what I've heard from those 3 gentlemen that were there and everybody else that was there afterwards on the forward operating base, my team and other people, I was killed in that explosion. I was struck by metal and debris, split the helmet off my head. Darrin and Nate got a hold of me. I was not breathing. I had no heartbeat. Darrin proceeded to put a tube down my throat, as he's trained, start pumping my chest till my heart started beating. And apparently he was having some trouble with that. I wasn't coming straight to. Sometime in there were artillery rounds that came in from our local FOB. They had heard the shock of the explosion, and they thought that it was a launch towards them. They heard the shock, it knocked things down. They thought somebody had rocketed them, and that was where the rocket went off. They had I think it's,
Let me slow you
Sure,
down there.
sure.
So, there's an explosion.
yes.
You're dead.
I'm got for somewhere between 3 and 6 minutes that nobody had a clock, nobody was taking time, somewhere in that time frame, 3 to 6 minutes.
And while he's trying to save your life, more bombs are coming in, but it's because the military thought they.
Friendly fire thought that they were taking out a blast site that was attacking them at the time.
And then so what happened after that?
Darrin and Nate got me back into the truck. Darrin stayed with me while Nate was driving and kept making sure that I was okay. I'd come to it right there as these things start coming in, maybe the shock of the noise or whatever, but Darrin actually got my heart started. I was conscious, but I wasn't fully adherent to anything. So they took me back to the FOB and medevaced me out to Baghdad and then on to Landstuhl, Germany.
So you owe.
I owe that man my life. I owe that man my life 10 times over. And there's been times that we have stood together with near-death experiences on more than just that occasion. Neither one of us were wounded in those occasions because of the grace of God, but that man has stood next to me while artillery went off right above our head. Guns were fired with bullets passing by our head on God knows how many occasions. I've seen him save foreign troops that were just laying on the side that were being overlooked by other U.S. personnel, the other regular military units. They were taking care of U.S. soldiers first. Darrin ran a chest tube in a man that I saw later on in the day during the first deployment in Baghdad on our first couple of days there, that had he not put that chest tube in him, he would not have lived. He would have been dead. This was the enemy. These were men that were adamantly trying to kill all of us, blowing up tanks, had just been in huge ambushes that American soldiers had died. These guys were sitting there with holes and bullet wounds from Americans in their chest. Darrin took the time to go over and said, hey, let's just go see what's going on. He wasn't told to go over there. He wasn't made to go over there. Nobody said, hey, Darrin, we need you over here to work on these guys. Darrin just wanted to go see, hey, let's go see what happened. We walked over. He saw the enemy sitting there, and nobody was taking care of them. It's our job to take care of them, too. But Darrin made sure that I know of at least one of them that lived that wouldn't have. We saw him later at the prison camp, and maybe a day or two later. He was up walking around, and he thanked us for his life. Thanked Darrin specifically for his life.
You also you had talked about an incident also where a lady in a house or somebody was trying to shoot you all.
There was an older lady who was protecting her son. Her son was a bomb setter. He was setting bombs. We went into the house. We were trying to get through some double doors inside the house. The lady at some point picked up her son's AK and was firing through the door. Missed our heads by inches. I mean, literally, if any of us had just turned our heads, some of us wouldn't be here. The lady, her son got the AK and proceeded to start shooting towards the door on his way out, blew her elbow off, literally shot her elbow off. We didn't see this happen, but when we went through the door, she was laying there and her arm is just barely hanging on, while the rest of us went and hunted down the son who was now trying to shoot at us. Darrin stopped and made sure that that woman lived, because she was bleeding out right there, not just a little bit. She was gonna expire. The blood was on its way out. She is alive today and still has her arm, whether she can use it or not, because that man took the time to sit down and bandage her up, sit her down, take her vitals, and maintain her until somebody could get there, like an ambulance or something, to take her to a hospital. And while the rest of us were doing our jobs of, hunting down these guys, that's what Darrin's priority was. His priority was to make sure that he took care of the people who were injured.
As a result of the blast, where he brought you back to life, did that lead to you having to leave the military?
I ended up being medically boarded. I retired in 2010. It took a few years for my recovery and for everything. I also have PTSD with a brain injury. I had broken bones. Yes, I ended up having to leave.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Underwood, just a few questions?
Yes.
So, yeah, as you just described, you were seriously injured in that explosion that day,
Yes,
where they showed the photos, correct?
correct.
All right. And Mr. Lopez, he was trained as a medic, and it sounds like he did his job in the military.
Did a very
That was
good-
his job, correct?
He also helped, I mean, there were times that if...
It's just a yes or no question,
yes,
Mr.
yes, he
Underwood.
did. Sure.
He did his job, okay. And how long were you in there total in the military?
I was in the Army for 24 years.
In the Army for 24 years, okay. And you also suffer from PTSD and TBI, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And you guys have remained friends since both of you have left the military?
Say again?
You and he have remained friends since both of you have
Absolutely,
left the military?
yes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Appreciate it. No further questions.
So she asked you, he was just doing his job, but he also went above and beyond that, didn't he?
He would take care of the family members. We'd have little flus, little aches and pains. Sometimes a dog might be not feeling good. He was our, hey, Darrin, what's going on here? You know, what do you think? What's your opinion? Kind of like an advice nurse before we would go to the doctor or the emergency room and to find out, you know, what's wrong with my dog? Do you think it's something? No, just give him some charcoal, or, you know, it's just a stomach, or, you know, I don't think it's the flu. I think she's got a cold for one of my daughters. And that really helped out a lot because we knew that we didn't always have to be worried about something. We had somebody to call that wasn't just somebody I worked with. This was my close friend. This was my brother that I could call, and he was like a member of our family. And it was like having a son-in-law or a brother that's a doctor or a nurse.
I forgot to ask you, did you said you stayed in contact with him up until he was arrested?
Up until he was arrested, just before he was arrested, in that December of 2001, I think it was, or yeah, 2001. We had breakfast, and we tried to go to breakfast. He had been very distant for a while, but 2001 he was trying to get back with us.
So there was a time where, after he came back from deployment, that he was 2019 maybe.
2019. I'm sorry, 2001. That whole time with COVID and everything, just
Right, 2019 to 2020,
Right.
around that time.
right. 2020. Yeah.
You all would try to meet earlier, earlier in time. We'd try to get together often, but closer to 2020, he started to withdraw a bit from the group.
He was very withdrawn, especially right after he got out. There were a lot of little things that happened. I can't recall all of them because there were so many little things that just happened. And we had a lot of things, like our buddy Don had committed suicide, and those things that really made it so that a lot of us withdrew, but he was a little bit more withdrawn. Where I talked to my buddy Donovan and Phil, Darrin was more secluded. He put himself more into the stay out of our lives kind of thing, where we tried to call him all the time, but he just really stayed withdrawn.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further.
May this witness be finally excused.
No objection, Chair.
Very good. Sir, you may stand down. Mr. Sanchez?
You call Donovan Garland to the stand.
If you could, please, before you have a seat on the witness stand, turn and face me and raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat. Let's run any questions first from Mr. Sanchez and next Mr. Mitchell. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Donovan Garland, Donovon, Garland.
And where are you from, Donovan?
originally from Upper East Tennessee. Right now I live in Clarksville, Tennessee, about an hour north of Nashville.
Is that close to Cumberland Furnace?
It's a different county. It's about a 45-minute drive, yes.
And obviously you know Darrin Lopez.
I do.
And there's some things you want the jury to know about him, isn't that true?
That's true.
And did you serve with him in Special Forces also?
I did.
And in what capacity?
And we were teammates from the spring of 2003 until he left the team sometime in middle of 06, I believe, 2006. And then at a future time, 2008 to 2009 timeframe, Darrin was a multi-purpose canine handler, and he was attached to my Special Forces detachment, and we worked for an 8-month period together on that deployment.
And we've heard some testimony about the explosion.
Yes.
Were you there for that?
I was on the base. I was with the team. I asked to go on that patrol, but I was not with them, no.
Were you with him at other occasions where there was combat?
Yes, many.
Where was that?
So each of our deployments to Iraq was about a 7.5 to 8 month time period. Generally, we went to a different place in country each deployment. Our first one was Baghdad. I was a new guy, so I was the junior communications sergeant attached to that team. Darrin was, at the time, the junior medic. And so in that capacity, we did patrols, we detained bad guys. That sometimes there was some enemy combatants that got killed. But specifically on our second trip in Iraq to Samarra, kind of the center of the country, we'd been in there about 6 weeks on the ground. Our team house was a 2-building compound, and we received. We became attacked on the 18th of June, about 7:30 in the evening. The compound was isolated by vehicles that blocked off the road. We started receiving small arms fire, indirect fire, and RPG fire. We had Peshmerga in one building, our guys in another building. At that time, our detachment was 8 of 12 guys. And then we had 2 squads of U.S. infantry and about 16 Peshmerga, and we're the only U.S. presence in a town of about 400,000 people in about a 9-kilometer square. And anyway, so this was a sustained fight that entire night, and on 2 sides of our compound was a local cemetery, which gave us some standoff. The enemy started using RPGs,
What does that mean?
a rocket-propelled grenade, and they were using them as indirect fire, kind of lobbing them up because our positions were on the rooftops. And they got lucky, and I had an RPG round, air burst. I was in a sandbag bunker with a Peshmerga crew and a machine gun, and the shrapnel from that RPG round hit me in the back of the head. It knocked me down, took a chunk out of my ear, and I was bleeding. I tried self-aid. I wasn't unconscious, but the team leader launched Darrin as the medic. I met them down in a stairwell. We went to our little aid station. He treated me, and he put seven stitches in my head and a heavy dose of morphine. That fight continued for another 36 hours. It was done by the second night. Our team was accredited with killing over 200 enemy combatants in that cemetery. At the end of...
Let me stop you there.
Okay.
So you all were in a position where you couldn't leave.
Correct.
The enemy, were they attacking you from both sides?
3 sides.
3 sides.
Yes.
So you had to fight the enemy off from 3 different sides.
Correct.
Hoping that some help would come.
Yeah, we asked. They didn't come.
So you were sitting there, almost, I don't want to use the term dead duck, but
We were isolated,
you were isolated, being attacked from all 3 sides.
northeast and south. The river was to our west.
How many days did it take for you to fight off the enemy or get ready?
This was a 2-day defensive battle. 2 days, 18, 19 June.
And we say it's 2 days, I mean, it's 24 hours, right?
They started in the evening, and they went till about an hour or 2 after first light when the sun started getting warm. And then they would shut it down for the day, kind of refit, and then they started again the second evening.
And eventually, did the rescue come?
Yes, after that second day, they kind of broke. They made a tactical mistake. Basically, the conventional force commander had Air Force aircraft ahead. The enemy combatants turned RPGs and shot them at the aircraft straight up. The aircraft electronics registered the RPG as surface-to-air missiles, okay, which allowed the pilots of the airplanes, it changed the rules of engagement for them, and so they could do gun runs on the enemy in town. Because the enemy was fighting from the city, the populated environment, we were limited, the commanders were limited fairly, on what their escalation of force and response could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
But during that time, he helped you with the shrapnel?
Yeah,
The
he
back
sewed
of
me
it?
back up, yes.
Now, the state saying, well, he's just doing his job. Is that what it meant to you, just him doing his job?
No, it's far beyond that, far beyond that.
I'm going to show you something that you sent me regarding Darrin. Is this what, did you send me this magazine? Did you send me?
Yeah, Special Operations Medical Journal, yes.
Okay. And he was featured on the cover of that, right?
Yes,
He's just doing his job, right?
doing his job, yeah.
Right. At this point, I would ask to admit defendant exhibit number 30.
No objections.
It's admitted for all purposes. You may publish.
So they featured him in this magazine on the cover.
Correct.
For going above and beyond his job.
Correct.
Now, we've heard already testimony about some of the trauma that Darrin had gone through post-service, correct?
Yes.
You had talked about a situation where, was it a friend of yours or somebody that was a house invasion?
Yes,
Were you present for that?
I was not present for that, no.
Was Darrin present for that?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And just briefly remind the jury what that was about.
Darrin,
Object, Your Honor, he wasn't present for it.
Objection sustained.
Well, the jury's already heard about it. Well, did you talk to him about it afterwards?
Him being who? Mr.
Did Donovan talk to Darrin about it?
no, I did not.
Did he ever share his feelings about it?
No, he did not.
We did talk about also the trauma that he went through when your friend and service member, Donald Stutzman?
Stutzman, yes.
Stutzman. Now, earlier in closing arguments, I think the name Donovan Garland
Yes.
was named as the person who committed suicide.
Right.
That's you. That's Donovan.
Yes.
So you're here. But this is a copy of the
Memorial flyer.
memorial flyer, and you brought that because you wanted the jury to see that, right?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask to defend this exhibit number 29.
No objection.
Defense 29 is admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Who is the person in this picture in defense exhibit number 29?
That's Donald Stutzman, our former teammate. We served together, me being Darrin, myself, Greg, Phil, and Donald Stutzman, served on ODA 575 for those first 3 deployments to Iraq.
How did he died by suicide?
He did.
And how did that affect Darrin, do you know?
Greatly. Darrin at the time was in group as one of the canine handlers, and Darrin's daughters and Donald Stutzman's daughters were close, and so Darrin and his wife Rebecca, in an unofficial capacity, served as the unit's casualty assistance officers, helping the family go through that hard time.
I pass the witness.
Ms. Mitchell?
have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
May he be finally excused.
Yes.
Very good, sir. You may stand down. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Summer Nelson.
Afternoon, ma'am. If you would please come to the front of the courtroom. And before you have a seat, could you please face me and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat. We'll respond to questions first from Mr. Sanchez, perhaps also Ms. Mitchell in front of you. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Ma'am, can you please state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Summer Nelson.
And where are you from? Where did you come from?
I came from South Carolina. I'm originally from Arizona, but my family lives in Tennessee, and that's home.
If you mind pulling the microphone a little closer to you, you have a soft voice.
Sorry.
But you live right now in South Carolina.
I do.
And you flew in to be here today to be able to tell the jury about your father, right?
I did.
So is Darrin your biological father?
He is not my biological father.
Do you consider him your father anyways?
He is the only father I've ever had.
When did Darrin come into your life?
When I was 7.
Do you remember him coming into your life?
I do. I remember my mom bringing home this guy who I thought was the biggest nerd I'd ever seen in my life.
And how did that go, him being in your life?
You know, at first, I was a little, I don't know who this person is, but eventually he became my father.
Was he involved in your life?
Absolutely.
He was gone a lot, right?
He was.
But when he would come home, would he get involved?
My dad was very involved in my life when he was home. He'd help me with school. He would, when I was a cheerleader, he would come out and he would be the biggest cheerleader for me and my team. He had special shirts made for him, my younger sisters. I mean, he was very supportive of me wanting to do sports and be a cheerleader.
Did he nourish your love for school?
He did.
In what way?
Anytime that I would have to, write essays or anything for school, he would, be there. And if I had any problems, he would, make sure that I felt good and that he felt good about my schoolwork. And I was very prideful with my school. I took it very seriously. He gave me books to read. He really nourished my love for reading. I'm still an avid reader. It's a way that I escape. Books that he gave me were very important to me. He just, a lot of my personality and a lot of the things that I have taken, he's really nurtured and been a part of.
Now, there came a time when he finally came back on disability. Did you have interactions with him at that point?
I did.
You had mentioned that there was a time when you started to see a bit of a spiraling in him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it had to do something with a dog. Is that true?
I would say that, yeah, that's true.
Explain to the jury what that was.
My father spent the second half of his deployments as a dog handler. He would be attached to different teams, and he was given a dog that was trained and given to him to go in and do all the things, basically. I called her my little war dog when she was sent home with him.
What was the name of the dog?
Her name was Ezra.
Ezra. So this dog was with him in Iraq?
She was with him in Iraq for the last 3 deployments, and when he was home, she was with him.
So when he retired, the dog was also retired?
It took a little longer for them to officially release her from the military, but yes, she was retired as well.
As a matter of fact, Ezra had a higher rank than Darrin, right?
She did. She has her own award plaques.
She has a Purple Heart too, right?
She does.
Or she had a Purple Heart.
She did.
Does anybody still have those awards for Ezra?
I'm not sure.
How did you see the effect of Ezra affecting Darrin?
My father was devastated when he lost his dog. She was his only really constant for those last 3 years that he was, or 3 deployments. You know, she was with him with every event. They were a team.
As a matter of fact, even when you mentioned the story when you went to Disneyland.
Right. Not me. I did not go to Disneyland with them because I was a grown-up and out of the house and could not get myself there. But they would go, my family would go to Disneyland, or Disney World, sorry, pretty much every year. And he took that dog with him, and her little tactical vest and her Mickey Mouse ears.
So that's when you first saw the beginning of his downward spiral. When did it get worse? Was it when your mom left?
At the time I was traveling out of state, I was hearing a lot of things from back home. When I would come home, my dad really preferred that I stayed with my aunt. It was almost, I would come to the property to pick him up for us to go to lunch or something, and he would be at the top of the property, and this is acres up, waiting for me because I don't know if he didn't want me to go down into the house or whatnot, but he just was, I wasn't even able to come into the house anymore.
And were you concerned for him?
I was very concerned for my father.
And then that was after your mom left.
That was after my mom left.
Did you try to stay in contact with him?
I did.
Was that hard or easy?
It was very hard. I would text him. Sometimes I would get responses. I would call. I wouldn't always get an answer. There would be times where I would get a hold of him and I'd be like, you need to work on this. Like, I need to know that you're okay and everything's, that you're doing okay. And he would be okay for a couple of weeks and then it would just fall right back off.
Now, when he was in jail, were you his only contact? Are you the only person he called that you know of?
I'm not the only person that he called. I am the only person that he has remained constantly in contact, not constantly, consistently in contact with.
And did you all talk about the fact, or did you all talk about him did you talk to him when he realized that that the person that died, Jamie Faith, that was killed, was not the person that Jennifer portrayed to him?
I am actually the person who made him aware that he would be receiving this information. And I gave him the information I was given.
And how did that go?
He was devastated.
Did you make a comment about
He
Jamie's daughter?
He did. Sorry. He basically said that he took him, the equivalent of him for me, away from Amber.
No questions.
May this witness be found excused.
No objection.
Ma'am, you may stand down. You're excused. Mr. Sanchez,
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time you would rest.
any rebuttal?
No rebuttal?
Very good. Members of the jury, it's customary in our law and our procedure to take a break at this point. So, if you would please go back to the jury room and await further instructions. I would say at 2:15, be back in there, everybody at once. That's in about 15 minutes, maybe closer to 17. And we'll see you then. All rise for the jurors. Please don't discuss the case and please don't do any independent research. defendant's punishment. If you do not so find, or you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant committed an extraneous offense or bad act, then you may not consider such evidence, if any, in assessing punishment. You are instructed that the defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so, but if he does not do so, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in the punishment phase of this trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against the defendant. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. You are instructed that in determining the punishment in this case, you are not to discuss among yourselves how long the defendant will be required to serve any sentence you decide to impose. Such matters come within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Board of Pardons and Paroles and are no concern of yours. You are further instructed that your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by due deliberation and not by drawing lots or any other method of chance, nor shall you add any combination of figures and divide the answer thereto. Page 3. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to their testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is herein given you, and be governed thereby. When you have reached a unanimous verdict, the presiding juror shall fill in and sign the verdict form that conforms to your verdict, and then announce to the officer who has you in charge that you have reached a verdict, signed by me, again, Honorable Brandon Birmingham, the presiding judge, the 292nd Judicial District Court, right here in Dallas County, Texas. Verdict form reads as follows. We, the jury, having previously found the defendant, Darrin Lopez, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment, unanimously assess the punishment of the defendant at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of blank, either 5 to 99 years or life, and a fine of blank dollars, 0 to 10,000. And there's a spot for the presiding juror to sign and print his or her name, I guess her name. Now, once that conforms to your unanimous verdict, it is my understanding that the state is going to waive their right to open this, which leads me to the Honorable Juan Sanchez on behalf of Darrin Lopez. Sir, this is your jury. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Ron. May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your work on this case up until this point. We're not going to quarrel with your verdict, because that's not your job now, or our job is to quarrel with your verdict. It's our job to point out to you things that you should consider when deciding what the proper sentence should be in this case. And for Darrin Lopez again, and especially now, this decision really needs to be based on your own individual and moral assessment, not only of the case and of what you found him guilty of, but of also Darrin Lopez and when you look at his whole life. Okay. This is a huge range that the Texas legislature has given juries to deal with. It's 5 up to 99 to life, or anywhere in between, is what you can sentence Mr. Lopez to. And when you're doing that, you have to look at everything that you heard of in the first part of the trial, all the evidence you heard, all the witnesses that testified in front of you. But now you can look back all the way to the life that Mr. Darrin Lopez had, and decide whether it's redeemable, whether he did anything good in his life that you would consider in deciding what the proper sentence should be. You can look at all that, because before you were just, like the state had said in jury selection, you only looked at a snapshot, just what happened on October 9th of 2021. That's all you're going to be looking at when you're in the first part of the trial. But now you get to look at everything. You get to look, everything is open for you to look at and consider. And when you do that, you have to do it with serious consideration. We all said that during jury selection that you would consider mitigating evidence, which is what we get to do at this point in the trial. If the state had anything bad they wanted to present against Mr. Lopez, anything other than what you found him guilty to, they had a right to do it. So don't get back there and think for some reason, hey, does he have a record we don't know about? Did he do something else that didn't have brought us? Because there isn't any, okay? Because if there was, these fine prosecutors would have brought it to you. I'm sure they would have. So don't get back there and say to yourself, you know what, is there something we don't know? You've heard it all, okay? And so when you're doing that, you have to look at evidence relevant to a person's character, record, or circumstance of the offense, which you can still take into consideration, which might serve as a basis for a lesser sentence than you usually would give. And when we talk about mitigation, it's not an excuse. It's whatever you decide it's to be. It's an explanation as to how Mr. Lopez got here. No one's saying these are excuses for his actions. You're saying this is the world he was living in, this is a context in which it happened, and this is the condition he was in, based on his whole life that now you consider and that you've heard about. And what do you have in front of you? You have the fact that Mr. Lopez grew up in a military family, and that he served in the military faithfully and honorably. Not only did he serve and did his job, he went above and beyond that. And that's why we thought it was important for you to see the military awards that he had received. A Purple Heart, which represents him giving a part of his body for the country and all of us who sit here today. That's what the Purple Heart is. The Bronze Star, which is not an easy thing to get. And all those red tabs in those records indicate an award that he received for going above and beyond. Not just doing his job. They don't give awards for doing your job. They give awards and commendations and medals for people who do more than what it's asked of them. That sacrifice themselves more than other people. And that's what he did. His friends from the Special Forces took a week out of their time to be here, to stand with him. They traveled from far away, as did his daughter. That itself should tell you and be worth something to you as a jury when considering it. When people are willing to take time out of their lives to come tell you something good about their friend, their comrade, or their father, that means that that person has some redeemable value still left in them. And I think you saw that when you were sitting here listening to the evidence. Another thing you can consider are the circumstances of the offense. We don't know at this point, we don't really know what you believed, other than you decided that the state had proven their case beyond reasonable doubt, and that you rejected the defense of another. You may have gone back there and said to yourself, you know what, we do believe that he was manipulated. We do believe that he was misled by Jennifer, but we just don't believe that the danger was immediate enough for him to do that. If you believe that, and you believe that he had noble intent, even though he broke the law in doing it, you can consider that in deciding what the proper assessment of the punishment should be. And no one can tell you otherwise, okay? You can look at the fact and take into consideration his good conduct in the military and his good conduct even before he was in the military. Again, I remind you, even if he was a juvenile, if he would have shoplifted a stick of gum, the state could have brought that to you. So because they didn't, you know for a fact he had never done anything wrong in his life up until this tragic day. And he's going to be punished for it. He knows he's going to prison. But what we're asking you to do is consider the proper sentence based on what you heard here today. He was a good father to Summer. Summer came here and told you about it. Even though she wasn't his biological daughter, he treated her as his actual daughter. He was involved in his daughter's lives. He was the cheer dad. He was all those things until he went to the military and he was damaged. You can take into consideration the fact that he was injured in service to the country. There's nobody that can tell you otherwise. And we're asking you to take that consideration because I think the evidence showed you that that was a factor in this case. So the same way it was an aggravating factor as far as him leading to the death of Jamie Faith, is also a factor in explaining, in mitigation, why we're here. You can take into consideration the fact that he did save lives. Mr. Underwood, who testified here today, is here today and sitting in this courtroom because of him. And that's something important. I mean, how many of us in our lives can actually say we've done something like that? That has to help in some way in your consideration of what the proper sentence should be. Take into consideration that he not only took care of his comrades, he took care of people who were trying to kill him. I don't know if I would ever be able to do something like that, but he did. Again, going above and beyond what was expected of him. And one of the other things you can consider too, and I think it's important in this case, is that he did cooperate with law enforcement. He did cooperate with them. You heard Detective Barnes tell you that he cooperated in the prosecution of Jennifer Faith. And that should count for something, and I think it will once you go back there and consider it. So, I'm going to remind you of a few things and talk to you about some things that when you're back there, the law never requires a certain verdict. You get to decide. I know the state may come up ask for a certain number or the maximum, but it's up to you, not them, not us. And the law never requires a certain sentence. You get to decide based on the evidence you've heard and based on the mitigation that you've heard what the proper sentence should be. And no one can tell you that you can't do that. There's no automatic sentences. It must be the result of meaningful deliberation. That means you all need to go back there and really talk about it, because this is probably the most important decision you've made in your life now. How long you sentence a man to prison? And you really have to talk about everything you've heard, not only in the first part of the trial, but in the second part of the trial, and discuss it. And then make a decision based on your individual moral assessment of what you've heard. And if you get to a point where you say, this is what I think the proper sentence should be, and somebody else disagrees with you and says, well, I think it needs to be this. You're crazy. This is what it should be. You get to stand your ground. No one can make you change your vote. You can allow yourself to be talked into a different view. You can deliberate. That's what deliberation means, is that you talk to each other. But sometimes you can get to the point where, you know what, this is what I believe, and I'm going to stick to it. And you all told me during jury selection that that's something that you can do, and that's what we're asking you to do. And you base it, again, on your own individual personal view of the case. You're not to assess a sentence based on chance or averaging. It's in the jury selection. And what that means basically is you can't say, I want this number, I want this number. Let's just meet in the middle. You can meet in the middle, but only if you really believe that that's what the proper sentence should be. Does that make sense? That's why that's in the jury charge, because we just can't be flipping coins back there. Thank you, Your Honor. And all 12 jurors must agree on the actual number of years. You all have to vote as a group, but also as an individual, and it has to be unanimous. And so I'm not going to sit here, and I don't think the state's going to tell you what you have to do, because I'm leaving it up to you. We're leaving it up to you. That's your job, not ours. We presented all the evidence that we could at this point, and presented all the witnesses that we could, introduced all the evidence we could. So it's going to be your job to decide what's proper in this case, and we ask you to take into consideration Mr. Lopez's service, his years of good conduct, his years of being a good family man, being a good father, and we ask you to take that into consideration and make that decision that you can live with when you leave this courthouse. I know you all are reasonable people, and you're going to take this decision serious, and we're looking forward to hear what your sentence should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Court recognizes the Honorable Brandon Mitchell on behalf of the state. Ma'am, this is your jury. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. May it please the court, counsel. Well, first of all, let's make it clear. I mean, any cooperation came after he got caught, months after when he was caught. It is terrifying that he planned and pulled off this murder without any basis in reason or an investigation. that he was that quick to plan a murder, drive 10 hours, and go and shoot this man. It is terrifying that he did this to this man he has never met in person. It is terrifying that he laid in wait, anticipating, and pulled it off in a public street at 7:30 a.m. when people are taking their kids to school and going off to work. But he didn't care about that. He cared about Jennifer Faith. It is astonishing the speed that he pulled off that execution, and astonishing how he drove back home, back to his life, back to Jen, back to the relationship, back to everyday grocery store shopping, back to doing what all of us do, back to ordering sex toys for him and Jennifer, back to all of that. No remorse. No remorse. In fact, they don't talk about it. It's just done. Now it's us. It is astonishing how he was on the group text with Jen and Rob and Jeremy and all of her friends and family. And he's inserted in and starts acting like he's one of the group. He's now with Jennifer, and they're going to be together. Ladies and gentlemen, with your verdict, you will not be saying anything about how you don't support the troops, or you don't think they do a fantastic job, because they all do. You are saying nothing about that. You're saying nothing about the fact that when he was in the military, he evidently did his job well. There are a lot of people who go through, unfortunately, service members who go through explosions, and a lot of servicemen and women who are discharged with disability, who don't go and execute a man. I want you to take that into consideration when you're assessing a sentence. I certainly won't agree with Mr. Sanchez and won't give you a sentence, but I certainly believe the minimum is nowhere near what is appropriate for this. For taking his life, his 49-year-old life. And this man didn't have a chance to fight for it. He couldn't even treat him like a man. He was just here and then he was gone, leaving his friends and family, his family devastated, his co-workers missing him. I want you to think about Jamie Faith. And I know you'll do the right thing. And I really appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Members of the jury, you'll retire to consider your verdict. The same rules apply about asking for evidence. We'll send those exhibits that were admitted in both phases of this trial back to you for your consideration unless they were admitted for record purposes. And the alternates will be in the same place they were before. Court's in recess pending the verdict. All rise for the jury. including 1, medical, behavioral, and neural assessment dates, results, and conclusions. 2, treatments for known mental and behavioral conditions, including medication, therapy, neurofeedback, counseling, etc. And 3, general trends of adhering to recommended treatments and medications, signed by the foreperson of the jury. After discussing the case with both sides off the record, the court intends to send the following note back. The court is in receipt of the attached note. In response thereto, you are instructed that you have received all the evidence admitted in both phases of this trial. You are instructed to continue your deliberations. Is there any objections from the state?
No objection.
And from the defense?
No objection.
Okay, very well. Very good. Court's Exhibit Number 2 will be received and sent back to the jury. Court's in recess.